Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Just had a little mic issue there, but we're back. Okay. So, we were building a crafting system. We were starting to build a crafting system. What did we do? So, we built a crafting controller. Very simple so far. Different types of crafting bench. This is the crafting bench. And then everything's done in this crafting controller. We have an array of all the crafting benches in the world, and we just set them up here, and that's all we've done. And then we put in an event which is going to broadcast that a certain trigger is a crafting bench, and now we need to assign that event in the editor to a trigger. Okay, so let's just open up the crafting room that we made, and we have this trigger which doesn't do anything, but what we're going to do is we're going to make an event which is a game event, broadcast crafting bench. Work. Good. And we have the scissor icon there to say it's a crafting bench. Bench kind, Crabtree crafting bench, and the trigger is the current trigger, and it's going to broadcast under the condition, under a trigger condition that we are inside it. Or that the hero is inside it. Alright then. So that should be it. So if we just launch the game, then we're just going to check everything runs without crashing, and then we'll start listening for that broadcast event. Alright. So we should be broadcasting whenever we're in that trigger now. We should be broadcasting that a player is in a trigger. We should be broadcasting that this is a crafting bench to the game. So let's do that. So let's listen for it. So this is in entity state types. And when we initialize the hero entity, we listen for a load of events, and it's going to be very similar to this broadcast event. G event broadcast D event broadcast crafting bench, and then this is going to be crafting bench, and I'm not going to open the data downloader, we're just going to put a breakpoint here. So this breakpoint should fire whenever the OK button is pressed, which is E on my keyboard. So let's launch the game. Alright. We'll go over to the crafting room. No, sorry, the crafting bench. There it is, crafting bench broadcasting. So if we press E, we get it. Nice one. So where do we go from here? going to be in the crafting controller, crafting bench controller, or the crafting controller, yeah. So we're going to go get the crafting controller. I'm going to do open bench, or open crafting bench, e.kind. Open crafting bench is not written yet, so let's write it. Crafting controller. So I'm going to just say optref crafting bench, open crafting bench, e crafting bench kind, right? And now that should compile in, and we're just going to look at what we do in some similar thing like the data downloader controller, open data downloader. So we find the downloader, if we have it, we create its bag. We set it to be the current one, we create its bag, and then we send an event to open the data downloader menu. So we're definitely going to need some menu for crafting, so maybe we'll do that. Yeah. So we want the current crafting bench, which is just a U64. Or we could say it's the kind. I mean, that might be nicer. I'll just keep it the same, it's fine. So we want to say auto result equals crafting benches dot find kind. If result current crafting bench equals get crafting bench ID kind. I'm going to rename this current crafting bench ID. And then what did the downloader controller do? Creates its bag. Now this is it. Is it gonna need a bag? Or are we just gonna tell the player that you have enough items in your inventory to craft this thing? I think that's the best thing to do. So I don't think it needs a bag. We won't create a bag for it yet. It might end up needing a bag. And then we're going to go get game events. Send. And then we want to send g-event open crafting bench menu. Kind. Like that. This we have not written yet. Oh, Benkley, how's it going? Oh yeah, the stream cut out. I had a problem with my mic and I couldn't figure it out and I had to turn the computer on and off again. Yeah, but it's sorted now. I hadn't streamed for a week, so I came back and obviously Windows had changed something, because Windows does that. You doing okay? Oh, excellent. Good. Hope you had a good week last week. I wasn't really here. It was school holidays here and I spent some time with my family. But I'm back now for a couple of weeks at least. Okay. Let's... Oh, really? I'll get well soon. Yeah, man, take it easy. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've just recovered from a pretty terrible cold. I'm okay now. Alright, so let's just see if this compiles. Alright. Whoops. Yeah, just drink lots of water. Get lots of sleep. Okay. So open. So this is just basically the same as one of these open menus. Struct G-event open crafting bench menu e crafting bench kind menu. Alright, so let's put this in the list. G-event open crafting bench menu. And that's all we need for that to compile. We need to include game events in here. Oh, good, Benkley. Alright then. So that should send that event, which we don't receive anywhere. So let's go and look back at this one. Let's just do a quick scan around the code base to see where this is being listened to. Here, so we'll do the same. G-events open crafting bench menu. Here G-event open crafting bench menu, so that won't work yet. And then we need to pause the game. G-event open crafting bench menu. Alright, so I think that's it. Listen to in 3 places. Okay, so we need to make this work. Let's just build. And we need a menu of type crafting bench. We need to make one of these. I have no idea really what the menu is going to look like, so we'll make the basic menu. So we'll copy this and we'll just call it crafting bench menu. Menu type crafting bench. We'll just delete these for now. May as well delete them as well. We'll set this to be default. I don't need to implement it just yet. And then we'll just implement these. Okay, so this returns eMenu spawn type from center screen. Get bounds. It's just basically the same as this. And on tick, we're just going to go canvas.draw label crafting bench. Okay. What we also need is the type of crafting bench. And we need to include crafting controller in here. And what that means now is we can set up to open this menu here. So we have to select the menu, crafting bench menu, and then it's just called kind. Maybe it should be called no, whatever, it doesn't really matter, does it? And then we're going to set the menu type crafting bench. All right, let's see what happens. So that should actually open up a menu. Get the compiler errors out of the way. Right. Select type, no action overload, so it doesn't know. So we've not actually included crafting bench menu in the list of menus. Try that. On exit, so we need on exit and on it enter. Do we though? Maybe we could write out that we don't need that. Yeah, we'll write out that we don't need that. So we'll say template class T concept menu or game menu has on enter. We require the menu, and then it's just got to be T dot on enter returns a void, and then it's also the same for on exit. On exit. All right. So let's go back here, and we just need to say we need to just decay this down. Menu, right? And then we need to say if const expr menu game menu has on enter T, call it. Brill. And the same here. We'll just get T again. So we're just not requiring the classes that use this list to have these methods. Game menu has on exit anymore. Okay, that should build now. Right. So let's go back to the crafting bench menu. Tick. So if this works, it will open a menu up with crafting bench written inside it. it works. Hey, look at that. Brill. That's the beginning. So what I think we're going to do is in the config file for the game, we're just going to go straight to the crafting room. Alright, cool. So what does this even look like, really? We're just going for a prototype. It doesn't have to look good. It just has to fulfill the basic need of allowing the player to craft items. So crafting is done through blueprints. Funky Lime, thanks for the follow. If you got any questions, just ask. Just working on the very beginnings of my crafting system. And all we've got so far is opening a crafting menu that doesn't do anything apart from say crafting bench. It's the very beginning of this system. Okay, so what do we know so far? We have blueprints that's going to tell the player or unlock for the player the ability to craft apple seeds. So we definitely need a list of blueprints. Raylib? No, not Raylib. This is it's just all custom built stuff. Alright. So let's start by drawing in the left hand side, or the right hand, maybe the right hand side to keep with the other menu, a list of all of the blueprints. Right then. Game menus. So the crafting bench is going to need a blueprint canvas to be able to draw the blueprints on. So this is going to be game UI canvas, blueprint canvas, blueprint list canvas. And then we'll have to construct it in here. Not that. Come on. There we go. So blueprint list canvas, title, don't know the bounds, don't know the window. What title can we be? We've called them these very long titles before. We'll do that. Funky Lime, Funky Lime, Funky Lime. Are you a coder? If you're still there. So this is crafting bench menu blueprint list. All right. So we need to do a bunch of stuff for this to work. Ray UI. Ah, yeah, hobbyist. Cool. Yeah, me too. Yeah, so the UI for, you mean the in-game UI, is just standing. I haven't actually concentrated really that much on how the UI is going to look yet. I'm just kind of building out gameplay systems, getting something to play, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to make it look good after. I'll show you a more fully fleshed out UI. So this is like a radar. So you're on a space station. Imagine you're on a space station. It doesn't look very space station yet because I haven't drawn any of the game, but imagine you're on a space station and you get given coordinates throughout the game to look for like signals on the radar, and then you charge these data cards up using the radar. They're fully charged right now, but I've got a hard-coded signal there, and then you like tune the radar in, and then it discovers this, in this case, Briggs Spaceport, which is like a space station. And then you can actually start, once it's discovered, it will start receiving the data. These are full, so it's not working. If I entity use state, if I stop charging these up, I'm charging them up in code at the moment, so I don't have to keep refilling them. Here we go. So they'll be set to 0% now. So we'll go back to the radar. So they're 0%, so you put them into the radar slot, and then you pick where you want to look, and then you tune in, and then it finds it and it starts charging them up. So imagine you're like receiving data from Briggs Spaceport, and this data is like, you know, it's like a resource in the game that you use to craft things with. So you put them back into your inventory, and you can either just sell these. So currently I think what's going to happen is, if your data has been charged up with like data, you know, like data from certain areas, it might be worth more than other areas. And then you take it to another part of the world, which is the downloader, and this is the blueprint unlocker. So you select the blueprint that you would have, like, you know, this could be like given to you by an NPC in the game, and then you put the data in, and then you can download data into the blueprint. And once you've downloaded enough data into the blueprint, it will allow you to unlock it, and that's going to have the recipe in. So what I'm doing now is, assuming you've unlocked some blueprints, you're going to have crafting benches, and then it's going to display like what you've unlocked, and then the recipe, and then you'll be able to like craft. Or like, I don't know if you're going to craft over time, or it's going to immediately allow you to craft the item or not. Bit that I'm still figuring out. It's like right at the very beginning of a crafting system. Alright. So I'll go back to just charging them up. So we do want the list of blueprints. So let's just make a canvas for that. So where else do we do something like this? So we need to set the input window and set the extent of the canvas. So auto window equals canvas.get window, get input window, right? And then we need to do blueprint list canvas dot set input window, and then we're going to go blueprint list bounds. We'll just make it, yeah, we'll get the remaining draw bound. Let's do that. So auto scissor equals get remaining draw equals canvas dot get remaining draw bounds, get renderer get remaining draw bounds, and we'll just say canvas dot add to bounds scissor dot height. And what does that return? A rect. So that could return auto. We'll call that the scissor. And then the blueprint bounds is just going to be scissor dot x plus scissor dot width over 2 scissor dot y scissor dot width over 2 scissor dot height, and then we'll just say blueprint list canvas set extent blueprint list bounds and then we'll go blueprint list canvas dot begin and clear bordered UI. So we're just going to border width, we'll just put it at 1 for now, and then we'll say if blueprint list canvas dot end UI, so if we can end it, we'll just say window dot draw canvas blueprint list canvas Z. What other Z's are we drawing? Z2, no clear target. Okay, so Z2 clear target, no clear target. Okay, let's see what happens. I'll probably have to draw something in the canvas actually for it to show up. Blueprint can draw label blueprints. Okay. Let's try that again. So we'll go over to here and we'll see what it looks like. Right, it's in the wrong place, but there we have our blueprint canvas. And it's drawn. Right, okay, yeah, I know. So we need to translate this. Draw canvas. So it's set extent blueprint bounds dot translate canvas dot xy canvas dot get bounds dot xy. All right. Let's see if it draws it in the right place. Alright, it's in the right place. There's a scroll bar, which doesn't seem to work when I embed canvases. So we want to draw a crafting bench. This is actually a title. And we're just not going to just draw a crafting bench. We're going to try the localization of the kind. And I think we need to make this a little bit smaller. So we're just going to say minus 32 to stop that. Stop that scroll bar appearing. Might not need to do that now we've swapped the label for a title. Alright, there we go. We don't really need that. So what I think we need to do is the type of blueprint that needs to appear here, it only needs to show the blueprints that this crafting bench can use in particular. We also have a little error there. It says, you can't read that, but it says localization not found. So we actually need to localize that string. So I'll do that. Crafting bench kind. What do we call it? Crafting controller. Crabtree crafting bench. U64 Crabtree crafting bench. Okay. So that means a crafting bench needs to be associated with a class of blueprints it can craft. So it says Crabtree's crafting bench, and then we're going to have our list of blueprints. Let's ban this guy. All right. Ban that bot. Yeah, I found that there's quite a few just bots that roam around just being like, I will get you 1 million subscribers. It's like, really? If you could write a computer program to do that, you'd be very rich. 1 million proper subscribers. It's going well. I'm just figuring out in my mind. The way I tend to work is I will just like push my way through a design. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just writing, and then whatever happens. And sometimes it works and I get something good at the end, and sometimes I throw it all away. So right now, I'm just deciding how. So there's going to be lots of different blueprints, and they're going to be able to make lots of different items, and there's going to be lots of different types of crafting benches, and I need to associate the type of blueprint to the type of crafting bench. So like this crafting bench can only synthesize seeds, so then I have to say that, like, well, in this list of blueprints I just want the seeds. So that's what I'm going to do now. Okay, so first off, I will just do this. Before I do that, I'll just make a draw blueprint list canvas in here as well. And we will just copy this. So draw blueprint list canvas. So it's just going to draw all the blueprints right now, all the active ones. Current blueprint. Well, we don't need to store that at this moment. So just going to go through all the blueprints that we have. If it's active, there's only one blueprint in the entire game, which is apple seeds. So maybe we should make a couple more. Right. Blueprints. Apple seed blueprint. So how do blueprints work? So we're going to say pumpkin seed blueprint. Pumpkin seed blueprint. And I'm going to say cosmic sludge blueprint. So pumpkin seed blueprint. Cosmic sludge blueprint. So we've got 3 different types of blueprints. These 2 are seeds. This is a fertilizer, so we could separate on that for now. Alright, let's check that compiles. Okay. So we'll just run this and we'll see what we have. All right. So we've got apple seed blueprint, pumpkin seed blueprint. That's wrong. Pumpkin seed blueprint, cosmic sludge blueprint. So do we want to say, I do think we want to categorize the blueprint. So let's go enum class eBlueprint category. And we're just going to say unknown. And we're going to say seed. And then we're going to say modifier, right? Because cosmic sludge is a modifier. It modifies the seed. No, we'll say fertilizer. Fertilizer. How do you spell fertilizer? Like that. Good. Right. And then what we're going to say is each blueprint has an array of categories. Categories. And when we set up the blueprint, we want to put what categories it can go in. So we'll put that there. I'm going to say dot categories. Categories. eBlueprint category seed. And that's the same for that. And that's the same for that. Except this is not seed, this is fertilizer. Alright, let's check that builds. Right. And we need to basically put the same categories into the crafting bench. So we'll give categories a size, right? So this is save file. This goes in the save file. This also goes in the save file. And then in the crafting controller, the benches also have an array of categories. eBlueprint category, categories. And then when we set the benches up, we'll just say dot categories eBlueprint category seed. So this blueprint only accepts the seed category, and to include, we already include data downloader controller, I think. Yeah. So this crafting bench can only accept seed category. Right, so if we go back to the menu, we need to get the crafting bench, the current crafting bench, and we need to check that the category is in the category. So the crafting menu, it has the current type of crafting bench. So let's go auto crafting bench, get crafting controller, get crafting controller dot get crafting bench, which you haven't written yet, kind. So let's write that. Crafting controller. So this is octref crafting bench. Get crafting bench. eCrafting bench kind. And that's very simple. We just go crafting benches dot find kind. Right. So if we don't have a crafting bench, can't do anything. So we'll just return. So we assume we've got a crafting bench now. So the crafting bench needs a method on it, which is basically can you could do it through the bench, or we could do it through the controller. We'll do it through the controller, I think. So we're going to say bool crafting bench can craft blueprint type. And we'll do standard span blueprint categories. So we'll do that. I mean, we're not going to change this, so we'll just make it a pointer. Crafting bench can craft. That's very long. Has each category, has any category. Crafting bench, so if any of those yeah, that's good. So we're going to say for auto category query in categories. Well, we're going to say actually it's a bit wrong. We need to actually put in the kind, crafting bench kind. We need to know what crafting bench we're working with. I'm going to say auto crafting bench equals get crafting bench kind. If there is no crafting bench, we'll return false. If there is a crafting bench, we have to go, let's call this source. Well, no, we don't do that. We'll say if CB categories contains category, return true. So if at least one of the categories in the crafting bench is in the list of categories we give it, we can return true. Okay, so now we don't need to even do that. Oh, that's the wrong place. Here we go. We don't even need to do that. If it's not active, continue, and then we're going to go if get crafting controller dot crafting bench as any category kind blueprint categories. So if not that, continue. Alright, so what we should see now is that the seed blueprints should be there, but the cosmic sludge blueprint shouldn't be there. Let's have a look then. Awesome. So we've got apple seed and pumpkin seed, but no cosmic sludge. So let's just do, let's put in these localizations. Pumpkin seed blueprint, cosmic sludge blueprint, cosmic sludge blueprint. All right. So we've basically said that this crafting bench can only craft seed types. Which is awesome. What's the next step then? We click it, and we need another canvas here. Maybe it should be on the left. We'll put it on the left. And then when you click it, it needs to show what items are needed to craft that thing. So we need more items. So how are we going to craft an apple seed? Inventory item. We're going to call something called an apple spark or something. And then we're just going to say what that is. Where is that? Inventory item list. So what is an apple spark? It probably is consumable. Alright. So let's make an instance of an apple spark prefab. Apple spark groups. Consumable. Properties. Don't really think it needs to have any properties right now. Alright. So let's give the hero some apple sparks. So we'll do bag, generate items. Generate items. Generate items. E-inventory item type apple spark. We'll give you like 5 apple sparks. And then the crafting controller. So where we're going to store these recipes. Data downloader controller has in it the blueprint. So the blueprint. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to associate. So it depends if we want allow multiple recipes for the same blueprint. Even if we don't have that in the game, it would be cool to allow that in case we want to put it in later. Okay, so what we're going to have is enum class e-crafting recipe unknown apple seed and then we're going to say struct crafting recipe usage for ID e-crafting recipe kind e-crafting recipe kind and then we'll say this probably is going to go. Is it going to go in the save file? Probably not, actually. We'll say it is U32. The kind. And then we want an array of items it produces. Or we want an array of items as ingredients. Kind of. Some ingredients aren't going to be items. So we're going to go array e inventory item type ingredient items. Oops. Array inventory item type. Output items. And then the recipe's also you're gonna also be able to put things like resources, which aren't items. So if you go to the attribute controller, that has things like resources in it, like carbon. Add carbon. Add carbon. So carbon. So I'm wondering if, because we have level and stuff, yeah, I think all I'm going to do is I'm going to say carbon. How much carbon you need for the recipe, if any. And we'll just leave it at that for now. Alright. So let's make some crafting recipes. Array crafting recipe. Crafting recipes. Alright. So we have an array of crafting recipes, so let's put them in. Crafting recipes, we'll put one in. Crafting recipes. Crafting, if I can type, recipes. So how does this look? A crafting recipe is an ID, a kind, ingredient items and output items, and carbon. So I think we're going to put carbon first. Excuse me. Right. So we want UC4. Buggy Burrow, hiya. How's it going? If you've got any questions, then let me know and I'll try and answer them. Just building a crafting system at the moment. Very beginnings. Been building it for 1 hour-ish. So get crafting. New to programming. Great. Yeah, programming's awesome. Keep with it because it's really good. Language. This is C++. This. Yep. Yeah, I would recommend anybody learn programming. It's really good. Really creative. If you can't paint and you can't write books, learn to program. It's kind of similar in a weird way. My accent. So I'm from the northeast of the UK, a place called Whitby. So my accent is very Game of Thrones, House Stark, I suppose. People, that's a little bit of a different location in the UK, but everybody says that. Where are you from? Boogie Burrow. Hiya's English, so I'm saying you're English maybe. Hiya's, I don't think they say higher in America or anything. Alright, get crafting recipe ID. Crafting recipe kind. East coast of the US. Living in Japan. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. I love Japan. So what programming languages are you trying if you're just starting out? If any? Learning on your own, yeah. It's a good way to do it though. It's difficult. It's difficult to begin with, but it gets easier, I promise. As long as you pick the right projects, which is like, obviously, how do you know what the right project is? As long as you're doing something that's under, if you're just starting, as long as you're doing something that's under 20 lines of code. So why don't you try, a lot of people build things like, let's make a program that asks someone how old you are and then adds 10 to it or something. Oh right, nice one. Python, Godot, yeah. Python's great. Python's great for an introductory programming language because it's you can do so much with so few lines of code. In Godot, yeah. Yeah, Godot's having like a resurgence. People love it. Yeah, when I was at uni, I did a lot of Python. Did some game, Pygame. You should look at Pygame, Pygame. I've been programming a long time, so I went to uni in 2005, but I'd been programming for like 5 years before that as well. So since 2000 maybe. Not games, not this. I started, so I was in bands when I was a kid. I mean, the web was a thing, getting to be a thing. So I was like, let's learn to build websites. So that's where I started. I was like, let's just do some. And then it was Flash and then C++ a couple of years before I went to uni. So 2003 maybe. Yes, programming's awesome. I do it every day. It's yeah, it's like painting or something. I see it more as, rather than, I mean, it is engineering, but it's really creative, you know. All right. Yeah, so if you're doing introductory to programming, when you get to when you've been programming for say a year and you want to do something that's not as trivial, the great thing about learning to do things like engines is there's so much in there that you can learn anything you want. You can oh, thanks for the follow, Buggy Burrow. You can learn anything you want. You can, I want to learn how to draw things on the screen. I want to learn how to load files in quickly. I want to learn how to write files quickly, and I want to learn AI. I want to learn, so people tend to pick game engines, and then because you can just add to it and add to it and add to it, And it's like game engines, in terms of difficulties, you can make. It's easy if you make a game engine that doesn't do much, which is what you should do to begin with. It's not very hard, but then you can build up the complexity. So then if you look at something like Godot, Godot's made for anything you could think of in the indie space, I suppose. Godot will be able to do. And that's hard. But you don't have to start off like that. You can be like, I'm just going to build Pong. I'm going to write a little engine to build Pong. And you could do that in less than 1,000 lines of code. Which may seem a lot, but Godot's probably like in the hundreds of thousands of lines or more. But you know, I think if you program a little bit every day for a year, you'll be at a stage where you can think about let's try and do some engine stuff. You need to be at a stage where the syntax of the language is not a problem, so then you can free your mind to concentrate on other things. Yeah, 1,000 lines is a lot for a beginner level, I suppose. Oh, thanks, yeah. I'm not actually sure how many lines this engine is. It's 18 months of work, this engine. There's a lot in it. I'll show you if I can compile it. I'm just adding loads of stuff so it might not compile. Inventory item type. I'll just make it compile and then... Yeah, 18 months. But it's not the first engine I've made either. I've made a lot of engines. So I knew exactly what I wanted to build. This is the first engine I was like, right, I'm going to make a game after this. I've always made engines and then been like, that was good, let's start again. 3 days of work, yeah. So it's kind of similar, like, so I'll break up, everything's broken up in my mind into little tasks that are like 2 or 3 days. So right now it's the crafting system, and it's not even the crafting system as a whole. It's like, how do I actually associate the crafting rules? Like, you need this many items and it's going to make this item. How do I associate all those rules together? And that's all my brain is on. And then in terms of like large code bases, my style tends to be, let's find something that's similar in the code base, copy it, and then change it as we go. But yeah, I don't really think too deeply beyond 3 days, 2 or 3 days of work. Like, I have a long-term goal of like, by the end of the month, I want to be able to craft items, and I want to be able to like craft items and use those items to plant things in the ground. I'm crafting seeds at the moment. It's like a gardening game. So let's have a look. So in terms of engine, so there's the editor. This is the editor. And the editor is there for like building rooms. So I can do things like, you know, I can like paint grass on. And then it's got undo and redo. And then it's got lights and stuff. So this is a light, and then the lights cast shadows. And then it's got, what else has it got? Got weather. So I can like turn the weather up and it starts raining. And all this is like accessible by code as well. It's just, if you wanted a rainy level, you could do it in the level editor. Yeah, it's not a proper game yet. It will be, I reckon in a year's time it'll feel like a game. Right now it's full of like, so this art that I've drawn is from a previous project. It's actually a sci-fi game that I'm making now. So when I actually start drawing this game, it's going to look a lot different. Yeah, it's fully 2D, the game, with some like tricks. So there is depth. And then it's got stuff like, it's got like dialogue trees, so you can talk to NPCs. So this is an NPC called Jenny, and these are all the different things she can say. And like, this is quite a big there's quite a lot of things you can say, but that's because I'm prototyping the game, so I'm writing systems. Like, Jenny gives the player a blueprint, Jenny gives the player some radar coordinates, Jenny gives the player an item, and I'm adding them on now. And then, like, so I'll go to where Jenny is. So this is Jenny. Oops. So they look the same because there's no art. I'm just using the same character for model for everyone. So she said, I'm acting new planet on the radar. So that was one of the dialogue trees. I think the game's gonna look good. I haven't really attempted to make it look good yet though. It's just all like that's a chest. So the chest will look cool, like, but I'm just doing the UI stuff because that's going to be one of the ways that the player interacts with the world, you know, is through the UIs. So yeah, she marked a place on the radar. So the radar is on the space station. So this is set on a space station, and she's marked Planet Zog on the radar. So you would click on the planet and then like tune into the planet with this slider, and then you put data cards in, and these data cards are full, but they would download data from Planet Zog. And then so you get data from the different planets, and then you use the data to like learn how to craft things. So you get these blueprints. So you put like the Appleseed blueprint, and then you download the data into the blueprint. So now when the blueprint's fully downloaded, you can unlock it, and then this is going to be like the recipe for crafting the apple seed. So now I'm doing this crafting bench. So there's going to be different crafting benches in the game where you can go and click a blueprint that you've unlocked, and then you'll have some items in your inventory, and you'll be able to make apple seeds. Oh, thanks. It's very early days. The actual gameplay, so all the stuff that you saw, I've been working on for about 3 weeks. But I'm going to be prototyping gameplay maybe for 6 months. So there'll be a lot of stuff in it after 6 months, and then after that I'm going to turn my attention to making it look good, and I'll do some art, like drawing and stuff. So I've made this Crabtree's crafting bench, and it can craft seeds at the moment. So I've just been working on like, let's just display the blueprints that are seeds, and when you click on them nothing happens. So the next step is to build the recipes. So what actually is the recipe for an apple seed? So that's what I'm doing now. So crafting seed recipes. So I've made this recipe, and it's gonna have as an ID. So what is the recipe? And then the kind, which is the kind is what I use for like its name. So this should be like apple seed. Well, apple seed. The recipe kind apple seed, and then you're gonna have carbon, and then you're gonna have the ingredients, and then what it produces. All right. So the ID is going to be the localization of, no, it's going to be the enum name of the kind. Maybe. I'm sure that'll be fine. And then, so we're going to say the ID is the get crafting recipe ID. Apple seed. The kind. Apple seed. Yeah, it's a Buggy Burrow. It's a good time to start watching, really, because I'm right at the beginning of development. So if you keep tuning in over the months, you'll see the game, like all of it, be made. It's going to take maybe two or 3 years, I would say. Conservative early estimates. But I'll also be like making like little roundup videos on YouTube. So if you go to Lazy Ben Games on YouTube, you'll be able to see. So if you don't want to watch like 5 hours of video every day, you can go every week. I'm posting like a 5-minute kind of, this is what I did this week on YouTube. So you can follow it that way as well. And they're only 5 minutes. All right, the carbon, we're going to say it needs, where are we? Carbon, I'm going to say it needs 16 carbon. Ingredients, what do we call that? Ingredient items. And this is a bunch of item types. So we're going to say we need E, inventory item type, Apple Spark, we're going to say, and dot output items, is it? E inventory item, apple seed, type, apple seed. Let's see, I don't think this will compile. Yeah, sub on YouTube. I think my link's on my I'll post it. I need a bot to post my links. Oops. There it is. I've only got one video out because I've just started. Well, I've got a few videos. I've only got one video out of this game. But I'm going to try and post one out every Friday if I can. Okay, let's make this compile. So it doesn't know about inventory item type, that's fine. That's just inventory item. I can type. It doesn't know, it's not a class or a namespace. It's because it's E inventory item type. Alright, it's good. Oops. So we've got recipes. So we need, so the blueprints need to be linked to the recipes. So data downloader controller blueprint, we need an array of recipes. E crafting recipe kind recipes. Is that how you spell recipes? Recipes, let's find out how you spell recipes. That's right, okay. So we're going to put, after categories, we have recipes. So probably going to need to forward declare that. Crafting recipe kind. U32. And then the blueprints are going to have recipes.recipes. Recipes equals E crafting recipe kind apple seed. And then we'll include crafting controller, and we'll see if this compiles. Right, so we can get the recipes now. So what we need in the crafting controller is a way to get a recipe. Optref crafting recipe, get crafting recipe given its kind. And this is just going to be crafting recipes dot find kind. And we need to make sure that crafting recipe can be found by kind. So that's bool operator, that operator e crafting recipe kind, other kind, return kind is equal to other kind. Alright, let's put that into the source file. Alright then, see if that compiles. Right, so what we're going to do is when we click on a recipe in the menu, I just want to display the name of the recipe. So game menus, we need another canvas that's going to actually be the recipe canvas. Game UI canvas, recipe canvas. And then we want void draw recipe canvas, game UI canvas, canvas. Alright, so let's make the recipe canvas. Crafting bench menu recipe, that'll do. And that's just going to go here. So auto recipe bounds equals rect scissor.x plus scissor.width over 2 scissor.y scissor.width over 2 scissor.height, and then we want to do recipe canvas dot set extent recipe bounds, and then recipe canvas dot begin and clear bordered UI, make it white, 1 pixel border, draw recipe canvas. If recipe canvas dot end UI window dot draw canvas recipe canvas 2 BM false clear target clear table clear target. Alright, and then we need to also do recipe canvas dot set input window so it can receive inputs from the mouse and keyboard. Alright, so draw recipe canvas. Well, first let's just see what this looks like. Draw label. Recipe canvas. Right then, so let's see if that builds, see what it looks like. So if this works, we'll have another canvas next to the blueprint canvas, and it'll just say a recipe canvas on it. Illegal base. Alright. Alright then. So we should have two separate areas. There it is. It's in the wrong place again. I keep forgetting to offset it. But it's there. Alright. So we'll just translate that. Set extent dot translate canvas dot get bounds dot xy. So we'll make it relative to the top corner, top left corner of the menu, not of the window. So the next step, now this is working. So it says recipe canvas. What I want to do is click on it and it will say the name of the recipe in there. How do we do that? So if we click on it, we do need crafting recipe kind, current recipe, unknown. Okay, so there could potentially be more than one recipe for a blueprint, so that won't work. We want crafting blueprint kind, current blueprint. I think that's what we want. All right. Yeah. So we say current blueprint kind equals BP dot kind. Alright, so when we click that button, it will set the current blueprint. And then, because that's persistent state actually, we do need, so when we exit, void on exit, put that back in, we want to reset that. So when the menu it goes away, we don't want, well, do we want to do that? We'll reset it for now. We might want it to persist. So if we close the menu, it will reset the current blueprint. So then if we open it again, it won't be on the same one. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it feels. Alright, so it's setting the current blueprint. So the current blueprint has recipes. So we want to do the localization of the current blueprint. And we actually want to only draw this. Now I think what we're going to do, if current blueprint is unknown, canvas.draw label, select a blueprint, and then we'll return. Else we just draw the name of the current blueprint. Right, so that needs to be localized. That selector blueprint. Crafting bench kind. Quest menu, inventory menu, chest menu. So let's do crafting bench menu. Select a blueprint. Select a blueprint. Alright, cool. So that's just going to be the localization of select a blueprint. So localization is the game can be set to display different languages. That's why I localize all these strings. Localization is just like which language do you want to display to the player. Alright, let's see what that looks like. So if this works, I'm going to take a 2-minute break and make a coffee because I'm out. And I'll be back if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll make it work. Alright, so it says select a blueprint, apple seed blueprint, pumpkin seed blueprint. If I click off the menu and go back on again, it should have reset. Select a blueprint, yeah, cool. Right, so I'm going to take a 2-minute break for getting a coffee. I will be back in. Sorry I'm late. There was a queue. I'm gonna put like a give Ben grief message if the timer goes to 0 and I'm not back. Alright. Okay. All good. Check this green screen. It's alright. Okay then. So, clean my glasses off. So we don't actually want to, I mean, you do want to display the title of the blueprint, but we want to actually display the recipe. Okay, so so how do we do this? We want to get the crafting controller. cc dot get crafting recipe kind. So when you actually get the blueprint, it's in the download controller. Get blueprint, current blueprint. Is that optional? Yeah, so we're going to say auto blueprint. I'm going to say if we don't have a blueprint, return. So we should do that here. If we don't have a blueprint, we return. Then we get the crafting controller, and then we're going to go cc get crafting recipe for the recipe. So we want blueprint dot recipes. Okay, so we're going to say auto recipes equals blueprint recipes. I'm going to say if not recipes, I'm just going to basically draw a label saying there are no recipes. No recipes. Now I would say that every blueprint needs a recipe, so this would be like a debug message, so I'm not going to localize it. No recipes in blueprint. If we do have recipes, we get the crafting controller, and then we go for auto recipe in recipes. If auto so why do we need this crafting controller? So this recipe is a kind, so this is recipe kind auto. If auto recipe equals cc dot get recipe kind. So if we have a recipe, then we're just going to go canvas draw label, and we'll say the localization of the recipe kind, and we'll see if it displays the name of the recipe. Alright then. Set to blueprint. Appleseed blueprint. Appleseed is the actual recipe. Put music, but no recipes in blueprint. So also what we want to do is we want to say if the blueprint is locked, we want to display it's locked. So we're going to say if blueprint is active. So if it's not active, canvas draw label, And it's like, let's just say locked. Do we have actually a locked string? Locked. No. Radar location. Blueprint discovered. We don't have a locked. So, in the crafting, we're going to say blueprint locked. Blueprint is locked. Don't know if we need an exclamation mark. That'll be fine. Blueprint locked. And then we're just going to localize that. Blueprint locked. No recipes in Blueprint. I mean, there should be recipes, so we don't need to localize that. So it should actually be locked. So the Appleseed Blueprint should be locked. It's not locked. Oh, it's because yeah, it shouldn't be locked because we've actually hard coded that it's not locked. Pumpkin Seed Blueprint. So let's not hard code that they're locked. And we do that by just commenting out these lines here. And we'll just test that we can unlock the blueprint, and then if we unlock it, we get the recipe. Well, it's not even being displayed because it's locked. I don't think we want to do that. I think we do still want to display it. If not is active. So we want this to go there. We want to exclude it by type, but if it is not active, we want to basically canvas draw label. And then we want a string. I'm going to make a string. So we want the blueprint, and then we want to just say locked. Yeah, and the blueprint is lock of BP kind, blueprint.kind. So we'll just draw a label saying the blueprint is locked. All right. Let's see what that looks like. Appleseed Blueprint locked. Pumpkin Seed Blueprint locked. Awesome. So, well, let's go and unlock them. Unlock the Appleseed in the downloader. So we'll put our cards in. Ooh, that's not displaying it. Okay. So where is that? Draw blueprint list canvas because it's not active. Okay, so we actually need to go and get we need to activate the blueprint for Appleseed. And that's done through dialogue. It's good this is this whole system working together now. So we'll mark some on the map. Alright. So let's go to the downloader. So we have it. Actually, it should probably say it's locked there. Unlock the blueprint. So it's unlocked. Go to the crafting bench. There it is. Appleseed blueprint, Appleseed. So I think actually here it should also say it's locked. If it's not active. So what's activating the blueprint? Alright, so the blueprint is not active for Appleseed. Let's figure out who is activating that. So she says that. Oh yeah, because we get given the blueprint. Now that is totally fine. That is totally fine. Right then, so it should say it's locked. We haven't unlocked it yet though, have we? So here it shouldn't be giving us, or it should say it's locked. Alright. So it is active. So we need to test for a different state, I think. It is active, but it's locked. So we have to actually test for the state. There we go. If blueprint state is locked. Blueprint locked. And then we have to return because it's locked. I'm going to return there as well. Okay, so it should say, so it says it's locked, which is good. So we'll go back and we'll get the blueprint from the NPC. Here I found a blueprint for an Appleseed. So we should go all the way back to the crafting bench and it should say we have the blueprint, but it's locked. No, it doesn't say it's locked. Why not? So we don't even actually have the pumpkin seed blueprint either. So if it's not active, so actually this was wrong. It's if not BP is active, continue, and then if BP dot state is locked, that's what it should be. Alright, so let's go, well, let's just see what it looks like first. So we haven't discovered any blueprints yet. Good. So we're going to discover the blueprint. I need to make these room like a shortcut to the NPC. Alright, so we get found a blueprint, so, and then we're gonna go back to the crafting bench. And we found it, but it's locked. So we're going to go in to the data downloader and we're going to click on that, and then we're going to download data into it. Unlock it. And there it is. Awesome. Right, so now I actually need to display the recipe. So the player has in there 5 apple spark, and we have no carbon. So what do we need to actually craft this? The recipe is 16 carbon and an apple spark. So I wonder if this should also be, we should be able to number how many we need of these. Yeah. So we're just going to do crafting item, and then we're just going to go inventory item type, and then S32 quantity, and we'll just hardcode 1. I'll probably put that first, and then this is, we'll say it needs 2 apple spark and produces 3 apple seeds. So I wonder actually if the output items, we can have crafting item range, and that can be a min-max quantity, because we could say like we could output between 3 and 5 apple seeds, maybe. We'll say 1. Yeah. So say 2, and that is min-max S32. We'll say between 2 and 3 apple seeds. Oh, good night, Boogie Burrow. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, just check my YouTube channel if you want to keep updated on the game. But I'll be here every Monday to Thursday most of the time. All right. So we don't know what this is. All right. So ingredient items, output items, 2 to 3 apple seeds. Ingredient items, 2 apple spark. Okay. So we need to display that. Obviously, this is going to be with images eventually, like cool icons. Probably just do it with text for now. So what we want is we want to draw a recipe. We want the canvas and the recipe. Draw crafting recipe. Game UI canvas. Canvas. Crafting recipe. Recipe. Could probably be const. Maybe. Draw crafting recipe. Canvas recipe. Recipe. All right. So we draw the label, which is the recipe, and then the crafting recipe has in it how much carbon it needs. So I'm going to say if recipe.carbon canvas draw label we'll get a string carbon recipe.carbon, and we'll just draw that. For auto item in recipe.ingredient items, similar thing. So we're just going to go we'll say that times how many we need. So it's recipe, so it's item, so it's lock item dot type item dot quantity. All right then. This to build. So what we should see now is the actual recipe drawn out as labels in the menu. Alright, so I'm just going to assume that it's all unlocked. So how do we do that? Data downloader controller. we'll say it's active, and we also say that it's unlocked. Blueprint state dot state equals inventory blueprint state unlocked. So we'll unlock them all as well. All right. Yeah, so if this works, we will have all the ingredients listed out, what we need. Okay, so an apple seed blueprint, 16 carbon, 2 apple spark. So we're going to say carbon, same. Whoops. And then we need a localization for apple spark. Okay, so we'll get the localization for apple spark. Inventory, where's that? Inventory items, apple spark, apple spark. Alright, so I guess the localization for apple spark. Oops. And then what we want to actually, we probably want to draw the label a bit smaller. I want to just say, we'll draw it extra small for now, so it's just a little bit clearer. I mean, it might make it look clearer or it might not. Rather than just a block of text, if the ingredients are a different size, it might be a bit clearer. Yeah. So what we're also going to do is we're going to have another string, auto recipe str equals helpers format temporary string recipe what do we want? Lock recipe dot kind. That's the recipe string. All right. Okay, so what I actually might do is not do it in a label. I'll do it in a separator. Say if draw separator, do that, and then we have initial state, which is going to be true. Initial state being is the separator. If it's true, it means that the separator is not in a collapsed state. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So we do that. So that's the collapsed state. That's not the collapsed state. So we might actually do, there's not a lot of space there. So this could be a title. Select blueprint, draw labels, let's draw title. Appleseed blueprint, recipe, appleseed. Carbon 16, apple spark 2. Okay, so it's the pumpkin seed. There's no recipes. Okay, cool. Right, so now we need to display whether the player actually has enough of those resources or not. So I think underneath we need to display the hero's bag there. Let's do that. Let's check in what we've done so far though. Crafting bench menu. Alright, so what we need now is another canvas, game UI canvas. Hero bag canvas. We'll just call it bag canvas because we might want to do this with other NPCs. Okay. So it needs to be a little bit, well, let's just see. Let's put in the canvas. Bag canvas, bag, and then we'll do bag canvas. Set input window, so it'll allow the canvas to receive input from the window, from the mouse and keyboard, and then we will go. So what do we want to do? I reckon this needs to be 2/3 of the height, right? The blueprint list, and this does as well. And then the auto bag bounds needs to be scissor.x. So we need to do scissor.y plus we'll say two times scissor.height over 2. The width is scissor.width, and the height is not over 2, over 3, because it's 2/3. And the height is scissor.height over 3. And then we will go bag canvas, set extent, bag bounds, bag canvas, begin and clear bordered UI, we'll say it to be white 1 again. And then we'll go if bag canvas.end UI window.draw canvas bag canvas to false, clear target, and then we want to draw bag canvas, draw bag canvas. So this is going to display the hero's inventory bag, I think. Okay. Draw back canvas. Back canvas. So, draw inventory bag. The inventory bag is the hero's inventory bag, so we're going to go auto bag equals get game state dot get inventory bag e npc hero, and then we're going to go if there's not a bag, we'll return. If there is a bag, we'll just go canvas draw inventory bag 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 bag. See what happens. All right. Okay then. See if we actually draw this bag. We do, but it's in the wrong place. Again, we've forgotten to offset it. Set extent bag bounds dot translate canvas dot get bounds dot xy. So we'll offset it against the top of the menu rather than the top of the window. Awesome. Alright, so it's completely in the wrong place, but it's there. So what's going on? Scissor.y plus 2 times scissor.height over 3. Well, that would be a problem. All right. There's a scroll bar. Don't really want to be a scroll bar there. Just add 32 onto the end of it and see what happens. That might just actually make the scroll bar bigger. Oh no, that worked. Alright. So it also needs to display how much carbon. The attributes. So let's just do that at the bottom. Draw inventory bag, and then we'll just do canvas.draw label. We'll just write the word carbon for now. We'll get the label in the right place. So it needs to be up a little bit. Or this menu needs to be a little bit longer. We'll start off by making the menu a little bit longer. We'll make it 650. See how that looks. So we're clipping off the bottom there. So let's get rid of this 32. All right then. Still clipping off the bottom. Wonder why that's happening. Let's put that 32 back on, and oops. Let's make it. Let's just go up to 700 for now. So that's fine, apart from it's clipping off the bottom. Ooh, that's weird. Now it's not. Now it is. So we've got like a Z fighting thing. Right then. Move it a little bit up. It's not a Z fighting thing, it's like a pixel misalignment. To be fair, it doesn't actually even need to be bordered. We'll just say begin UI. See how that looks. Alright, so it's clipping off there as well. So we have to get rid of this, I think. Yeah, we'll keep that. Plus 32. So there's space there at the bottom for a footer, which we might want to keep. Maybe. We'll see. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will inflate that by -4, so we'll shrink the whole boundary a bit. No, that didn't work. So what's going on there? That clipping. So I'll explain what the problem is once it's compiled. So if I open this menu, it's cutting, there should be lines there. And this canvas is painting over the top So it's painting over the top of those lines. Shouldn't be doing that. Well, no, it shouldn't be doing that. Tell you what, we'll look at it in pics. Alright, so let's launch the game in pics. Alright. Took a capture. Alright then. So let's have a look at... Let's just have a look. So that's the game canvas, I'm not bothered about that. The menu canvas, process menu. So it draws that, then it draws that. And then it draws this. So it's drawing it. It's clipping it off. The scissor is clipping it off. Where's the scissor? How do you look at the scissor? Visualization. Scissor rect. Yeah, so the scissor is cutting it off. How much by? Whoops. I can't tell. Can't be that much. Okay, so the scissor is cutting it off. I wonder why that's happening then. Just explicitly make this floating point. Should be fine. So we've got a scissor rectangle around there. Set extents. That's so strange why that is happening. So let's just not even draw this for now. This is a renderer bug. Whoops. Alright, so we set the extent, so the booper is bounds, so it is a fraction of a pixel. That's probably what it is. So what does extent do? called set scissor. Yeah, I think what's happening is it's because it's a fraction of a pixel. So we need to floor this. Or floor F. We need to floor this. It isn't ideal, really. Yeah, so that's fixed it. I don't really want to have to floor it though. I think we have to go into the actual code and see when it sets the scissor. And the scissor actually has to... Alright, so let's just follow this. The scissor actually has to round up, I think, rather than it's probably rounding down. Alright, so begin it. Let's get through all this guff first. Alright. So set bounds. Set scissor. IOI render a set scissor. So I want to know when it actually pushes the scissor on. Clear, draw quad. Maybe it's in clear. No. At hoverbox, render a begin. Here we go, push scissor rect, scissor. So what does it do? It clips it. So it casts it to a rect eye. No, it doesn't. It's fine. So it puts it on. So I think we could do it here. We can say clipped equals clip. We'll say we'll write in it because we should do that anyway, and then we'll do clipped dot x equals bm floor clip dot x clipped dot y equals bm floor clip dot y, and then we'll say clipped dot width is bm seal clipped dot width, and clipped dot height is bm seal. So this will make sure if we're putting in fractions of pixels, it gives you the biggest possible box. Let's see if that works. All right. Does not. Why doesn't it not? All right, so we'll go through render a begin. push Z level, push scissorect. Okay, so scissor has a fraction of a height in it. So it's clipped it up to 395. Why is it doing that then? So the blueprint bounds is 410. So it needs to clip it up to 411. Oops. So we're going to render it again. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll just floor this. I think that'll be fine. So we can move on. All right, great. Okay, so if we open this, there we go, it's all drawing how it should. So, what we need to do is display how much carbon the player has got. And we do that. So recipes carbon, so we're going to go auto carbonstra equals get inventory, get attribute controller. Is it get attribute? Get attribute controller. Seems to know about it. Attribute controller. Thanks. Get game state. Get attribute controller. E NPC ID hero. There we go. So we get the attribute controller for the hero, and then we'll say. If SC, if we have the attribute controller, we will go auto carbonstra equals helpers format temporary string, and we'll just say carbon attribute controller get carbon, I think, and then we'll say that's carbonstra. All right then, good. Whoops. It's like that, isn't it? Right, okay. So it should say how much carbon we've got, which is 0 because we haven't got any yet. So we're going to get some carbon. And the way you get carbon is you destroy grass. Not here though. So we'll use Sven the droid to destroy some grass. So we've got 15 carbon there. We've got 20 carbon now. And then we'll go back. $20 carbon. So if you set the apple seed blueprint, we can create recipe apple seed. We need 16 carbon for that. So right, what we're going to do then is we're going to just hard code in that the hero's got 20 carbon, so we'd have to keep destroying grass. Entity. So we create the attribute controller. What does that return? Does it create return? It returns an attribute controller. And we just do ac.add carbon 20. Can we just add 20? Value source item. So we'll say 20, and we don't know what the source item is. We can just say it's unknown. There isn't a source item for the carbon. All it does is it adds on how much carbon the source item can generate. That's fine then. Alright, so the hero's got 20 carbon. There we go. So the hero's 20 carbon, right. So I think what we're going to do is you could have a slider how many you want to craft. Maybe. Could have a slider how many you want to craft, or we could just press the craft button. We could say if it's green, if the string is green, we have that many. And then we press craft and it will craft it. We'll do that. So that means when we're drawing the recipe, draw crafting recipe, we need to determine if the hero's bag has what we need. Alright then. So we'll get the bag, and then we'll also get the attribute controller. And we're going to say S32 to total carbon is 0. And we're just going to say total carbon plus equals AC dot get carbon. And then what we need to do is we need to know if the bag contains, well, let's just do carbon first because that's easier. So we're going to say if recipe dot carbon is less than equal to total carbon, we can draw it green. So we're going to draw it red. Let's get some colours. So colours equals get editor colours, and then so we're going to draw it red. However, if we do have enough carbon, we're going to draw the label green. Green. E font size X small. Alright, so it should draw that we have enough carbon now. Get editor colors. We don't know where that is. Where is that? Editor colors. So we'll include editor colors. This is kind of temporary as well. Include editor colors. Which library is it in? The engine library. So include libbm engine editor colors. Alright. So maybe we should add another recipe in where it's red, so where we don't have the amount of carbon. So in the crafting controller, we'll have a recipe for pumpkin seeds. Crafting recipe kind. Pumpkin seed. Pumpkin seed. What do we need? Pumpkin spark. And let's just make one of those. Inventory item list. Pumpkin spark. Alright. So we'll say the ingredients for a pumpkin seed is a pumpkin spark, and the output items is 2 to 3 pumpkin seeds. But the amount of carbon we need, we're just going to say 500. Okay. So let's build that up. So if this works, I'm going to take another quick break, make some more coffee. Okay. Right then. So, pumpkin seed blueprint, it says no recipes, which is not correct. So we need to actually add the recipe into the blueprint. We didn't do that. So in the data downloader controller, dot recipes is pumpkin seed. So this data downloader controller, I'm beginning to think now should be called blueprint controller. So we'll look at changing that in a minute. Right. Okay. It's red. You need 500 carbon, 2 pumpkin spark, and that's green. 16 carbon. So now we need to work on making that green. The apple sparks. So I'll go back to game menus. Right. So we need the bag has in it this many items. So this could actually be part of the inventory bag. Inventory bag. So do we have get item? That is get the item count. Let's do size T get item count of an E inventory item type. So an item count of a particular item type in the bag. So size T result is 0 for auto slot in slots. If slot get prefab, say, so if auto prefab equals slot dot get prefab, and then we'll say if prefab type equals type result plus equals slot dot get quantity, and then we return the result. Okay, let's see if that compiles. Whoops. Alright, so now we need to say in the menu if bag get item count item dot type. So if we have, so if item dot quantity is less than the amount of items we have in the bag, we can draw it green, else we can draw it red. Okay. Let's see then. All right then. So if this works, then we should see the recipe for an apple seed. All the items should be green, and the pumpkin seed should be red because we don't have any pumpkin sparks. Okay then. So we have 16 carbon, we have 2 apple sparks. Pumpkin, we don't have 500 carbon, and we don't have 2 pumpkin sparks. That's very hard to read. So I might not do red, I might just do like might just do white. All right then. So it's white. White means we don't have it yet. All right, brilliant. So let's just give a translation to the pumpkin spark. Pumpkin spark. All right, good. So I think what we also need to do is we need to give the crafting controller the bag and say, can I craft this recipe? But we'll do that after a quick break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Look at that, bang on time. Ooh, I need to get my banana. Give me 1 second. Almost back on time. Apart from I forgot my banana. Alright. Let's go then. So, I think we want to be able to ask the crafting controller if, given an inventory bag, we can craft an item. I think that will be useful. Which is a similar thing to what we've just done. Right. So, crafting controller. Can we craft a recipe? Bool can craft recipe. Crafting recipe, and then we want inventory bag, and this needs to be forward declared. Do it up here. Check that compiles, which it does. So right now, false, we cannot. So we're going to assume that we can. No, yeah, we're going to assume that we can. So we need to get the recipe. I was going to say if, okay, auto recipe equals get recipe kind. And then we say if not recipe, then we can't craft it because it's not a recipe. If it is a recipe, we need to go through all the Actually, I'm thinking that we don't just do it on the bag. What we need to do, this needs to be no, I think it will be fine on the bag, because we need to get the carbon and stuff which isn't stored in the bag, but we can get it from the bag, it's fine. So we need to go through we need to go through all of the items in the recipes ingredient items, right? And then we have to say, if not bag, get item count, item type. Oh, it's not that. It's if item.quantity is greater than what we have, we'll return false. So if the amount of items in the recipe that we need is bigger than what we've got in the bag, we return false. And then we need to go if auto AC equals, well, if we'll say auto AC equals get attribute equals get game state, get attribute. Hey Benkley, it's going alright, thank you. Just working my way through prototyping the game crafting. So right now we can open the UI. I'll show you. We can open up the UI and it knows if we can craft an item or not. Right, let's just get this compiling and I'll show you. Oh, thanks Benkley, that was very good. Checked yours out as well, I liked it. It was really good. Are you doing another one as well? No problem. Include inventory bag. Planning to make a game. Yeah, brill. It's really fun. I'm enjoying it so far. It's a good project. Yeah, upload a trailer, yeah. Like a trailer, are you a trailer of the game or a trailer of you saying you're going to make the game? If you're going to make it on Twitch or something. I'll probably do a game trailer, but it won't be for a couple of years. Trailer for the game, yeah, cool. Are you going to pick an engine? To make, is it going to be Unity or Godot? Godot, yeah, cool. Yeah, Godot seems to be really popular right now. In the last year or so, it's gone really popular. So now you can create this crafting. So you can go up to a crafting bench, and then these are the blueprints that you've learned. And then if you click on one, it tells you the recipe for an apple seed. And that says carbon. You need 16 carbon and 2 apple spark. And this is your inventory, so you can check what you've got. So right now, it knows that the green, so it knows that you've got enough in your inventory. And then these ones, they're white, which means you don't have enough carbon or you don't have any pumpkin seeds, pumpkin sparks. So when it's green, I'm going to work on creating a button there, which will allow you to press it and it crafts the item. What kind of game are you going to make? Do you know? Still deciding. It's quite hard, isn't it, to actually nail down what you actually want to make. Do you watch Tim Kaine? Did I send you a link about Tim Kaine on YouTube? He's a legendary game designer, and he makes videos about how do you start making a game. Yeah, I'll find it for you. Timothy Kaine. It's called Kaine on Games, right? This guy's a legend. This guy created Fallout, the whole Fallout franchise. You know, so he's kind of retired now. I think he's semi-retired. But he created loads of games. He had his own like AAA game company in the 90s. He's he's a programmer and game designer. And he just makes videos about like game design. It's really good. Like what you need to do to actually come up with a setting for your game. Okay. So we get the attribute controller. So yeah, he did see it. Oh great, yeah. Watch some of his stuff, it's really good. He just talks to the camera. It's one of them style of, it's not flashy production or anything. It's this guy with like 50 years of industry experience or something. Maybe not that many, 40 years. And he's just telling the whole world about, like, giving the whole world his experience, which is great. All right, if item.carbon, if recipe carbon, so if we have carbon, get the attribute controller, say if there's no attribute controller, or the attribute controllers get carbon, or the recipe's carbon is greater than the attribute controller's carbon, return false. Okay, so I need to test this. So I'm just going to say get crafting. Do we already have this? No. Get crafting controller. Can craft recipe. Recipe. Kind. Bag. Canvas. Draw button. Craft. Let's test this out. So it doesn't know about game state. That's fine. Include game state. Inventory bag. Alright, cool. So if this works, we should have a little craft button. So can we craft an apple seed given this inventory bag? Should be true. We can. Awesome. So now we can press that button and craft an apple seed. So we might get the whole crafting loop done today. Got 1.5 more hours of coding. Right. So if we press that button, we need to actually craft recipe. Craft recipe. We'll say try craft recipe. Inventory bag. And I'm going to say if so auto CC is get crafting controller. Then we'll go CC can craft recipe CC dot craft recipe or try craft recipe dot kind bag. And if we can't craft it, we'll do some notification. Notify. Alright, try craft recipe. Okay. So it's basically the same. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to say if not can craft recipe kind bag return false. So we can definitely craft this recipe because we're going to start altering the items in the bag and stuff, and I don't want to alter loads of stuff in the bag and then discover we can't craft the recipe. So if we can craft the recipe, great. How do we do that? We'll start by deducting the carbon because that's the easiest. Get game state, get attribute controller, bag, get ID. If not AC, or AC, or recipe, carbon is less than AC, is greater than AC carbon. Well, no, let's just say if AC and AC carbon and recipe carbon is less than or equal to AC get carbon. We do AC add carbon. So how does this work? We have to do AC carbon get carbon attribute dot decrease by recipe carbon straight away, not over time. I mean, we could do it over time. Do it over half a second, fine. Right, so that decreases the carbon. And then we need to go for auto item in recipe item ingredient items. We need to start removing those items out of the bag. Destroy item in slot. What does that do? Destroy, so we could destroy an item at a time in a slot. Okay. For auto slot in bag, get slots. If slot, we'll say auto prefab equals slot, get prefab. And then I'm going to say if not prefab, continue, because it's an empty slot. I'm going to say if prefab type is not equal to item type, continue. Check that compiles. Right. And then we're going to say auto remaining equals item quantity. I'm going to say while remaining, do that. So it's a slot of the type that we want. So bag destroy item in slot, what does that return? Bool. So we're going to go while bag destroy item in slot index. Okay, auto slots and we're just going to say for S in slots. Slots S. Slot index is S. So we're basically just going to keep destroying. I'm going to go remaining minus minus. So while remaining and destroy item in slot. Alright. Let's give this. So this will go through each item and destroy it one by one. Let's test this. So we want to deduct 16 carbon and 2 apple sparks. We've got 5 apple sparks. So we decrease carbon by 16, and we have in there 20, so that's fine. So we get the ingredient items, 2 remaining. So the first prefab was a pumpkin seed. Alright. So just try item in slot. Slot's not empty yet. Yeah. Awesome. That's it. So we could just break out if remaining is 0. We'll early exit the loop. Because we've deducted them all. Right, so there we go. So we've removed all of the ingredients from the inventory. And now we need to put in what we've crafted. So for auto item in recipe, item output items. So we just do bag generate items, item type, and then we want item quantity dot random, because this is a range of, we could generate like item quantities, a range. So we want to generate a range, and that should do it. Let's try. Okay. So this should mean that we actually can craft an item. So we should get rid of 2 apple sparks and 16 carbon. So we should be left with 3 apple sparks, 4 carbon, and we should add in an apple seed, or a number of apple seeds. All right. So we just haven't put in 2. Great, so that didn't crash or anything, so let's just check it without breakpoints. Put in 2 apple seeds. So that worked. We crafted an apple seed. Amazing. So if we click off there, it should. We should have a little notification. How do we generate that notification? I don't think it's actually on the bag. After add item. So who's listening to that? Yeah, that's not it. Not really anybody. Alright, so we could put the notification in here. Alright, so let's have a look at the notifies. How do we do this? It would be in the entity state types. I want to put in a little notification that we got the item. So how does it work? Broadcast item breaker, chest, shop, data charger. So actually in game menu we do this. So when we exit the data charger menu, it's claim items that does it. Is it? Nah. Item claimed message context. Yeah, because we're not claiming an item. A single item. Yeah. So we can just send this again. So maybe we don't want to do generate item. We want another one. We want generate item and notify. I think. E inventory item type, size T, quantity. So we have quantity, but we have a single item ID, which doesn't make sense. So because a single item ID is one item, so let's figure out where this is used. Find item. Maybe we change this up a little bit, so yeah, I want to change this up a bit. So this is going to be called items claimed, and then this is going to be e-inventory item type. Zero, and we will forward declare this. Alright, so let's fix all these compile errors that this is going to make. Alright. Item, so we find item. So actually we want the type. So this is not a thing. because this is just message type. So that's good. So what's the problem here? It's message arrow type. Right then, that builds, that's fine. Item ID, so the item ID. Generate items and notify, so this is where we are now. So this is just generate items. So this needs to be like maybe a bool, because it might not generate it if there's no slots available. So I think this needs to be changed to be a bool. This needs to be else return false, or just break. So if we couldn't find a first slot, and then we have to return quantity equals 0. So this is if generate items type quantity will send the event, and that's dot type dot quantity all right, and then we need to return true, else return false. What's the problem? Owner ID, item type, quantity. It doesn't know how to do this. Okay. ID, type, quantity. So that's a U32. Maybe that's why. Try that. Okay. Nope. Oh, it's here as well. ID type. Do we have type? So this is prefab. Get prefab. Get inventory item controller. Get prefab. And this is prefab type. We are working it out just here though, aren't we? So I think we can do this. there's a bunch of... it can be set in a bunch of places. We'll just leave that, that's fine. Alright. So the item ID, we have the prefab. So we'll just say dot type equals prefab type. All right, cool. So we've got a linker error. Chest controller populate custom chest. I have a feeling this needs to be rebuilt. Right. So let's just rebuild this library. So if this works, we get just a little pop-up saying that we generated, that we crafted an item. So try craft recipe. And we say generate items and notify. That's what we want. So we also need to notify here in the menu itself. Oh, I've still got those link errors. Okay. Generate items. We've only changed the return type though. Where is it referenced? Chest controller. So generate items. And that is just item type quantity. There we go. Whatever that was about. Okay, so if we craft it, and if we go off the menu, we don't get anything. Didn't work. So it should put in the notification. Let's try again. Craft. Generate items and notify. Did not generate the items. Figure that out then. Appleseed craft. Generate items. Quantities 3. quantity is -1. Ooh, right, yeah. The quantity is -1, so maybe here. Let's try that. How many do we want to generate though? 3. So that's not right. While quantity minus. So we're just going to say bool result equals true. Result equals false. And return result. That will be fine. So let's see if we get this little pop-up. Craft. Apple seeds, there we go. Okay, brilliant. So we need to do a little notification in the UI itself. Currently we don't have any UI notifications. How would this actually look? Maybe a UI notification is we just pop up a little thing above the mouse. Yeah, I think we'll do that for now. That's a good interim. Okay, let's check this in. Can now craft items. So we've got this HUD message, right? So in the game HUD, tick messages, tick. Where are we? HUD messages tick. So if the game is paused, it doesn't tick. Which is what we want, apart from this situation. So let's just for a second get rid of that. So now if I crafted 3 apple seeds. It still actually didn't. So we're not ticking. We're still not ticking. So Next one up must check if it's paused. Yeah. Okay, so we don't actually need to do that. Okay, so we might need to tick them whether they're paused or not. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to tick HUD messages whether it's paused or not, right? And then in the message, we want to say whether we want it's a paused only tick. Okay. So we're going to say bool is roaming only if the player is roaming around, and that is by default true. If message dot is roaming only and get game state dot is paused, continue. So we'll do that. So when we push a message, who calls that? I'm going to do use it for push non-roaming message. Which is just the same as this. So what we'll do is we'll go auto ID equals push message type message position, and then we'll say if auto message equals get message messages dot find ID message dot is roaming only is false, return ID. Try that. Alright, we just don't know how to find a message, which is fine. So we just need to be able to find based on ID. Other ID. All right. Move implementation. Okay. So it's an item claimed message, but a non-roaming style of message. So in the game bag, where would it be? It would be in, yeah, it's in the game bag. No, in the inventory item bag. Inventory bag. Generate items and notify. So the item claimed message context. So what we want here is bool roaming only equals true. If message roaming only, else push non-roaming message. Okay, good. So in the inventory bag now, this basically needs to be false. Of course you cannot mix it. Auto roaming only is false. We'll stick that there. So we're not. So this message should appear immediately in front of the UI. So if we generate it, do we see it? No. So let's have a quick look and see if we are rendering it. Depends if the HUD is being rendered in front or behind the menu. Alright, so we push this message. And let's see where we get it. Yep. So we push a non-roaming message. Which pushes a message on it. It says roaming only is false. Ah. No, that's fine. Fine is an optional reference. Yeah, that's fine. So let's see if it gets ticked or how it gets ticked. push the message on, push it on, it comes to get ticked, continues along. Okay, good. So get game HUD. Draw label in world. So I reckon it is getting drawn. It's just getting drawn behind the canvas is in the wrong order. So if you go to app, we'll just have a look at what order the canvases are getting drawn in. The HUD is getting drawn at 2. Yeah. The menu's also getting drawn at 2. That's the Z order. So I wonder if this message is appearing. It's just appearing behind the menu. Yeah, it probably is. Okay. That's fine. So let's think then, what are we? I think what we're going to do is leave this normal. And this is just going to call generate items. It's going to return true, and then we're going to put in an actual event. An actual HUD message. Okay, game HUD. Push message. And we might actually push an item crafted message. And we're just going to say hello for now because we're not really bothered about what the message is. But we do need to actually game inventory item bag. Maybe we do it this way. Item crafted message context. Okay, so we're going to take that out. And we just need to type in the quantity. And this is items crafted message context. We don't need the ID. And this is recipe. What is it? Yeah, so we need to send a bunch actually. So item will return the recipe. Well, actually, it'll be the recipe. Recipe kind. We'll forward declare that. And this is recipe kind. Awesome. So let's have a look in the claimed one. We'll just copy over and see how that happens to work. So his roaming only is gone now. So I'm going to say else if message equals e.context.try unwrap item crafted the target is the mouse cursor in world space. I mean, it doesn't have to be the mouse cursor. Mouse cursor in world space, it could just be the mouse cursor. So we're going to go messages, push message, push non-roaming message. This is a push message, push ordinary message, push non-roaming message, message type, item crafted. So we need actually to get the recipe, we need to push a bunch of messages on here. So auto recipe get crafting controller dot get recipe, get crafting recipe message dot kind. So that compiles. Okay, so it doesn't know about the crafting controller, that's fine. And then for auto recipe, so we actually need to know how many items we crafted. So I don't think that will work. So this needs to happen here. So we want quantity. And then we need to push the actual HUD message here for each item. So we'll do that. Items crafted message context. Item type. So we do need type, we do need quantity. Item type, item quantity, or just quantity. So I'll push one message. So that is in GameHUD. One message per item. What's the problem? I cannot convert from initializer list. So you do need that truncate. Oh, it's just a static cast actually. Okay. So in the GameHUD now, we need to get it. So we'll just say, we'll just push a non-roaming message, and the target is actually the mouse location in screen space. The mouse location in world space. So get game canvas, get cursor location, get cursor position in world. Target is that. And we're just going to say value are 0. So we'll just say that for now. So we get this non-roaming message passed on. So in GameHUD, tick messages. So what we're going to do is we'll just see if we get it. This, of course, is item crafted. Alright. So once we have this message appear, that's the full crafting system, crafting loop done. Not bad for one day's work. Alright. So we get the message. Item crafted message, 3 apple seed. The position is good. It looks good. All right. So what I want to know is if it actually did render. Oops. At all. No, interesting. So it removed the message before it had time to render it. So messages 0.69, 0.16. So craft it. So it didn't render it. Oh, I know why. Sorry. Yes, it's because we need to go or message type equals ehud message type item crafted. Now then, let's just see. So it should render. It should render now. It still might render it behind. Alright, it's rendering it. It's just it's going to be rendering it behind, I expect. So I think what we need to say is if message dot is roaming only, it's fine to just render it there. Else it needs to get rendered in a different canvas. Game HUD canvas. Okay, so it's drawing it at 2. So if we draw this at 3, let's just see if this actually shows up. Let's just delete any breakpoints. All right. No, it doesn't. Still doesn't show up. Oops. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Let's just do that for a sec. Are we still drawing at 3? Let's draw back at 3 again. I wasn't even doing any draw calling. All right. Nope. Alright, let's just see if anything actually gets through to the canvas. Let's try it somewhere else then. So, crafting controller. Let's the target. Let's just plus vec2 10 0. It's not drawing, it's just not showing up. Okay, let's not tick the T's then. Game heard, tick messages. So let's just say message T max equals FLT max, so it never runs out. Hey, all right. Yeah, good to see you.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Are you?
Yeah, streaming. Yeah. Streaming for another 15 minutes. All right. So T should never be running out. $17.12. So we won't change the position either. This will allow us to pix now to find out. Okay, so we're going to pix this. And we're going to see if we actually get anything drawn. Alright, pix that. Okay, so game canvas, menu canvas. We're not actually even drawing the HUD canvas. That'll be it. tick. Game HUD tick. I bet we're not ticking. Yeah, we're only ticking if it's roaming. That's the problem. Alright. So that needs to go there. Let's see now. No, that's not it, that's not it. Alright, back to pics. Game and then the menu canvas, but we're not actually ticking in the debug canvas. So what's going on there? I'm confused. Alright, let's go back to pigs. So let's just fix that and see. Game debug canvas is being drawn. Good. And if we launch again, not the debug canvas, the HUD canvas. Game HUD canvas. Yeah, cup of tea, yeah, great, thank you. Stick it in there, that's great. Okay. Okay, so we game HUD.tick, it should tick the messages. So yeah, got the debug overlay canvas. Maybe we can put it in that. Let's put it in the debug overlay canvas as long as it's got a camera in it. Alright, so we're going to say it back a bit. If it's roaming on, then we put it in the HUD canvas. We're gonna go get game get debug, get HUD, get debug overlay canvas. So get app, get debug overlay canvas. Let's draw it in there. Oh, it doesn't have a draw labeling world. Alright. So what type of canvas is the debug overlay canvas? It's just a canvas. Alright, I think what we're going to do is yeah, you had a good week. Yeah, me too. Alright. Okay, we have to figure out why the HUD is not rendering. Alright, so let's look at DirectX. Let's have a look at DirectX window. Begin draw. So we have the begin draw ranges. Game HUD canvas is there. Game icon canvas, dialog, menu, crafting bench recipe, bag, transition, game HUD. Seems good. So why isn't Pix picking that up? And it processes a bunch of canvases, and then the debug overlay. No game HUD though. Oh, thank you very much.
There you go. I don't know if I filled it enough.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Right then.
All right. So we've got the game HUD canvas. And it's got no draw call in it. Maybe that's what it is. Alright. So let's go to canvas and have a look at what canvas we're in. Crafting, menu, game icon, game dialog, game HUD. So there's no vertex buffers. That's okay. Game menu. So where are we? Game HUD. So let's stop moving it. And then let's stop doing T and let's always do it. So are we rendering messages? Oh yeah, we don't want to do that. There we go, stay in there. So what I want to know is, so the carbon, okay, I think we need another canvas for like over the top, even over the top of menus. Okay, we'll do that. So if we're putting another canvas, game HUD, get game HUD. Get canvas, get game HUD canvas. So let's just do static game canvas, G game, G game HUD canvas. I want to call it G game top canvas. game top canvas, game canvas, get game top canvas, return game top canvas, like that. And then this is here. Let's have a quick look for everywhere using that. Okay, so here we're going to go get game top canvas.begin UI. Get game top canvas end UI, and then we're just going to render this on the top of everything. So we'll render it at 3. I could render it in max, it's fine. Alright, and we also need to, when we set the camera, set camera state, get game top canvas dot set camera state. All right, so let's go into the game HUD, and then when we tick the messages, so we do draw label in world. So let's basically just do, for now, this. So I'm going to say if message is roaming only, we do that. Else the canvas is get game top canvas. See if that compiles. Not quite, need to string. Message, and the position is world to pixels message dot position. Okay, let's see what happens here. Get game top canvas not found. UI canvas get game top canvas. We'll return get game top canvas. Canvas, which is not implemented yet. UI canvas Get game top canvas. Return BM get game top canvas. Alright. Let's see then. So if this works, we'll see a label at the mouse. A little message pop up from the mouse, but in front of everything. So actually we do need to set it up. We do need to set up the canvas a bit more. Get game top canvas dot set extent bounds. Get game top canvas dot set input window game window. All right. If this works, I'm going to call it a day, I think. So we've had to put in a brand new canvas above the menu that the game HUD can get hold of to draw things above game menus in Z. In front of game menus. Come on then. Yes, there we go. Awesome. I'm glad that worked. There we go, so that's the crafting loop done. So tomorrow, where would be a good place to start? I think we want to be able to place these crafting benches in the world, so we might do that tomorrow. But that's me done for today. I spent a good while at the end just debugging. Well, it wasn't debugging, kind of debugging. Trying to get a message to appear above, in front of this menu here. And I had to set up a new canvas that renders everything in right at the top of the stack, and it worked, which is good. But yeah, I'm pleased with that. Good progress today there. Brilliant. Crafted 2 apple seeds. Alright, that's me done. See you tomorrow.